Oh, right. I should probably put the, yeah, there we go. Ta-da! It's time for my Limbus company! As soon as I figure out which one of these buttons actually starts the darn thing. Hello? There we go. Oh, right, I need to do my dailies. Kind of forgot. We'll just do this real quick. Let's see here. Also, yes, I already got the multi-crack office and the new Otis Ego. I was compelled to pull. I only did 20 pulls, though, so I've still got plenty in the tank for Walpurgisnacht. I mean, I should have figured that the thing wouldn't register German very well, but we're just gonna win rate button to victory. Make sure there's no mind whip. Thank you. Also gonna have a little snack because I woke up a little late. Just kind of scrambling to get the stream all ready.
저것들도 취한 것처럼 흐느적대는데? 그래서 저러는 건 아니겠지만요. 기회를 잡으시는 게 좋겠어요. 지금이야말로 꿈밤을 보여줄 시간이네. 지난번처럼 제대로 잠들지 못하게 하면 안 돼. 숙면을 취할 수 있게 해주자고. 걸려라. 시원하네. 아, 술 먹은 독보주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
다음은 어디요?
Ah, delicious. Also, I will say though is that I was doing some more think talking about Caraman. That's all I have to say about it. I'm starting to think that maybe the colonial ideas might have been a bit of a meme, but maybe not. Now that we've burrowed into into Africa proper, I think we can at least take some of the clay down there. How's my? But yes, as soon as I get this done and dusted, then we'll start with the event proper. Because I'm very excited. I've been told it's what is it the children say? Peak. And also I really like the warp trains. I think that they're very I think that whole subplot was my favorite in Library of Ruina. I just certainly hope that we don't run into any Love Town. I mean, I hope that we don't run into Love Town. There we go. All right, cool, perfect. All right, let's go get to the. I also have to do the. Let's do the skip the fight. For the. Yes, thank you very much for your input, Ryoshu. I appreciate it. All right, we're just gonna skip this. No blubbering toad today. No, please. A murder on my Warp Express. To the stages, please. Actually, I should probably check the bonus units. Okay. There you go. and a maximum of 120%. Okay, cool. Well, we got the whole gang here. So I think we'll be alright with our, thingama... What are these? Civilian recovery packs. You mean to tell me that they just put the people goo into big Sunny D containers? Not Sunny D. Capri Sun? How horrifying. Alright. How did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Core. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but Dante, please respond. He looks very concerned. The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train. Which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension? Oh no. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep. That's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Come here. What are you doing? Don't stand in front of the thing. Verily? I must have misheard thee. I'm certain you heard me right, Don Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. The warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Distortion up at one of the warp train platforms or something? I see you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. Please don't progress the plot while I'm reading, Kitty. It was only natural that the Senate immediately fell into a state of collective, dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W-Corps, but we're actually taking that train. Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful more often than not, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Sniffing the bread. Oh, hold on. Put that can. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identity. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind warp trains' operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh, yeah. It's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long, long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories? Hi. I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like... Leave the bread alone. Come on, come here. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards. The identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use their identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. That's convenient. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some of the things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. Ah! My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarmed response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Faust? Then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along. As no knowledge is out of Faust's reach, as expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. How would I do-ish? I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train. So, what is it? The bus. Oh, what about the bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Charon vetoes 2. No one to feed Mephi when Charon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier. First-class passengers? What, there's seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their arses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat like as expensive as 3-4 months' salaries for a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle paying for all our fares? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. We have infinite money, don't worry about it. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff, like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash-freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar, but welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrences quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Charon into the first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about... For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car, if they can even attempt to open it, or attempt opening it. Minor spelling mistake. Revolt 300 lunacy. Hold on. I'm doing my part. I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who had been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get in our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I hear they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances weren't in the gutter, and... Oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships, yet even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed. Indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgilius pretended not to hear Ryoshu's question.
Very well. Then I assume we are all in agreement. Let's go.
I've a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? With it, lass, beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
That is...
In the first-class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water?
Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time?
It's no gossip. Forsooth, I have overheard aught from those we have walked past ere today, and... When one of them inquired, you know you gotta go Hold on. When one of them inquired, you know you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What am I, stupid? Yeah, you're getting on the first-class train and a one-way trip to the stupid town. Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me. I've never been on one of those before. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante. Not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Oi! You little... I implore thee, O illustrious Red Gaze, prithee, grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exacerbated rebuff, but this time he responded in a somewhat serious, if tainted by that familiar annoyance, tone.
Fine. Keep your shoes on.
Alright, yeah, she never takes off Rocinante. Even in her, what was it? Middle. Oh no, even in her middle corp, end corp, middle hammer. I think that's what it is. Either way. This place is you. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh-ho! So this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them. I got nothing. Oi. Know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Marsol with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective nests' architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea what had happened, but Heathcliff started treating Marsol like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Marsol! Young Marsol! Lo, is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the western population. While that individual's cloth-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in loose-fitting outfits. Understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. Also, I'm terribly sorry. Did she just... Young Marsol? An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Ah! 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums! Well, you're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who've never seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target, and now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket.
Oh, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those 4 arms around, each holding a weapon to boot.
Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes! Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes, and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Indeed. 'Tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities. I mean, I like that guy.
I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing.
I guess the city really is full of people with full-body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group.
Well, then, we'll rendezvous at the destination.
Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? No. W Corps policy demands that those with the title of a color must board a train specially prepared for them instead. Oh. Are you, like, riding the first class plus or something? Lethal Company? No. Different LC. That's a color for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings, no matter what. Another minor spelling mistake. 300 lunacy. Aaron wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi will be lonely. So Limbus Company is a very personal favorite of mine.
I already told you why you can't, Charon.
On 3 separate occasions in which I brought you those multi-flavored candies, humans are not allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes? Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away. Dante,
Let us proceed this way.
Alright, let's see here. Damn. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh, thank God. Thank God, we're no longer in sepia land. Oh. Hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drink of the first-class seats. Heck yeah. Of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? No. Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cell walls during the phase change. Therefore, in most cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell wall breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change, or by or by ice crystal growths of hydrogen molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware. Even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from said problem. Hell, I need a little sippy. I've been doing a lot of yapping. Oh, you've got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Ellipses! Oh, but don't worry. These warp trades are definitely, I mean, let's still, with the title being Murder on the Warp Express, something's gotta go horribly awry. But anyway. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Wait, there was something odd about the way she phrased that. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay. They don't call this first class for nothing, I guess. B-Corp way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing'll take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Woohoo! Ha-ha! Hoo-ah! Prepare thyself, Rocinante! Thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Roger? No, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. And do you remember how much work it took us to clean our bloodied, fishy, fleshy, gunked clothing? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right? And you also remember how Don Quixote never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well. They never quiet down, do they? Oh, have you been on one of these, Otis?
I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back then. Back when? This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yes? Aha! Ha! Oh, dramatic irony. In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Ah! Wait, what the? Beep! Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is for warp train P612, bound for PW612. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners, who are either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier. Then, let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Oh no! Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back, and... Faust expertly... She's having the time of her life! Alright, we won't see anything else. Looks like Isang's doing what he does best. Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed a button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by, we will meet again in but a moment. Eh? Dante, you must wake up. Dante? But one thing I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Woo-hoo. Oh boy, there's a lot of plot in here. It looks like over here we'll probably get to the McFightin'. Maybe. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again. And realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So, this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. Ah, thanks, I appreciate it. But this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? Uh-oh. That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? And it really happened in the blink of it. No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? Really happened in the blink of it. No. Whoa. We're here already? I guess I was really worrying over nothing. No. Oh, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation for our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion, however. Perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running. And we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Oh. Aught about that striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew this would happen, Faust? Yes. What? What the hell is wrong with you, huh? Sinners each begin to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What are you, insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fao, at least you know what to do like you always do. Got a plan, right? I don't like that expression. She looks very concerned. Right? Faust, whom I had never seen at a loss for words, was having oddly long instances of silence. What's up with her? This looks totally out of it today. He gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. He said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication is harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. And I doubt Faust had any ill intent in waking us up in the middle of the trip. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first, if that's okay. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Then. After some time. The gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. Oh! W Corps caught wind of Limbus's recent distortion contract management promotions and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortion themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corps. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. W Corps share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. They didn't tell us jack diddly squat, did they? She explained the W Corps refused to share anything about the trades because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Ah, but what delicious irony, for we could merely look through the looking glass. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with a W Corps logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled, and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. Oh, that's nice. These bloody wings. Every single one of them's been absolutely balmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least T-Core, their chief executive director, tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after hearing our explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated it if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? That is... But not everybody was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. Oh! And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust, after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So, what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? I recommend that you lower your voice from this point onward, Dante. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only served to exacerbate my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Gesellschaft, I mean, Faust, has been severed. Gesellschaft. Fascinating. I'm sorry. What? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I was absolutely right to be anxious. Oh no! How fascinating. Well, at least we'll still have the... Oh, thank God, a fight. How far along are we? Okay, we got 12 more to run through. Okay, so backup is optional, it looks like. I'll tell you what, let me, Oh, I don't have a lot of juice, do I? Welcome if you got him, right? I might as well. We'll at least get multi-crack Faust up to, you know what? We'll also... Oh, no. Give me just, give me a second here. Just need to get 30 shards. 30? There we go. Ding dong, here we go. We're just gotta do this real quick. Perfect, delightful, delicious. And Faust ID that's actually a 3-star with charge. Several noises are present at this child's desk. Sounds of fingers tapping on a keyboard and a pen tip scratching against the paper among them. A fixer, armed with prosthetic, nervously approached the child and presented a set of documents before her. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it myself. It's one of my, it's one of the few gotchas I enjoy. At least these days. But yeah, it's super cool stuff. Your budget proposal has been reviewed, but several points of necessary adjustments have also been identified. Yes, ma'am. The fixer shuddered a little, dreading her next words. While this child was generally of a gentle disposition, she was very strict when it came to documents and numbers. It barely mattered how many times the office employees reviewed, proofread, and meticulously checked every little detail in their reports for typos and miscalculations. They could never stand proudly in front of this perfectionist child as they presented their reports to her. And just as the fixer had dreaded, the child stops and loads up numerous data graphics on her monitor, even before moving past the first few pages of the document. It feels necessary to note that the purposes of this contract expedition extend beyond the contract itself. A part of it is to expand the office's partnership via business meetings with T-Corps, and the other is to attend investors' conferences to establish partnerships with new trading workshops. Ah, yes. Actually, I did take that part into account when setting our budget. I made sure to prepare more than enough funds to... Oh god, this font's getting smaller. It appears that each participant in this expedition is universally assigned a 24-hour-day budget. However, each participant must be assigned hours specifically tailored towards their roles in this expedition. Please note that we will be meeting with workshops of varying wealth brackets, some located within nests, though some located in the back streets. Oh! Research the average daily hours for T-Corps, upper class, and back streets inventors. Oh, and you have neglected to include a list of workshops that the office seeks to visit. The fixer froze in place. If it weren't for his prosthetic eye, he would have been constantly squeezing his eyes shut, cringing at each pointed criticism she made. Most of the office's contracts have been with P-Corps, so your ignorance of T-Corps' idiosyncrasies is understandable and expected. What is impressive is Faust's knowledge, which lies far beyond any average metric. Oh, Faust! The child briefly glances at the fixer before saying some very unreassuring words of reassurance, but she also pointed to a part of the document before complimenting his work. It was her own way of giving him a carrot after the series of sticks she just delivered. Using the warp train is an acceptable suggestion. However, set apart a week of our schedule and contact the Seven Association to conduct on-site surveys. Do not forget to verify that information yourself, of course. Just as the fixer was about to respond, she motioned him to stop. And after a long contemplation, she began. Expand the warp train budget. Ma'am, that budget is more than enough. W-Corps is running a promotion from... Oh, hello! Welcome, welcome. W-Corps is running a promotion for economy class tickets, so... That would normally be the case, indeed. However, the child gazes into the air for a moment before closing her eyes to think. She does that often when she's trying to understand. Yes. Yes, I am. She does that often when she's trying to understand something that is not so easily understood. I may be traveling in a first-class seat instead. Seriously? The fixer raised all four of his hands, surprised by her request. The child looked away from the documents at the fixer's overreaction. She glared at him, her eyebrows lowered, with a look of perplexed disdain. Is there a problem with that? No, it's just unexpected. I just thought you would consider a first-class seat a waste of money. Like, what's the use of all that luxury and immense budget if you only get to enjoy it for just 10 seconds? That's horribly inefficient. On that, I do agree. However, oh well. Yeah, there's a lot of, oh well, it is how it is. I do not quite understand what the Gesellschaft is thinking. Well, the world building is an awful, it got a little... Yeah, I can't blame you for that. No, I will admit, it is at least, Sorry, hold on. Shaft? Are you feeling shafted by something, boss? No, it's nothing. In any case, update the proposal as per my requests and place it on this desk by tomorrow morning. If you believe that is too much workload for you to handle within a day, wake up Mr. Heathcliff from his workday nap and ask him to assist you in proofreading the document. Yeah, go bug Heathcliff. The bum. How dare he take a nap? Hey, Heathcliff, wake up. Yeah, what? And please, tell him to get himself a cup of coffee or any substance of the like from the break room. Yes, ma'am. As the fixer dragged the sleepy child to the break room, this child rose from her seat and slowly walked to the windows. Yeah, I think I got some, I do have most of the IDs. I think the only ones that I'm missing are, I think it's DSC Honglu, Sync Sinclair, and then the, no, not Sync Sinclair, Trace Association? The Duelists, the Frenchies, the Musketeers. I just can't remember which one of them it is. Oh. Yeah, no, I've been here since the inception. I think I might have actually sharded Rhino Salt. Let me see here. Past the full glass window is a view of numerous tall buildings emblematic of the northern architecture. On the streets are people so far and so small, almost ant-like in the child's eyes, busily walking through their daily lives. I'm also missing the, what is it? The Dead Rabbits, Mersol, and the Fouls, the Wuthering Heights butler. The child sips her coffee as she reviews the adjusted plan, taking in the view. Also, I'm missing some of the Walpurgis Nacht, like Philip and the Ishmael and Raja IDs. Not for lack of pulling, mind you. The only thing that I got from those was the Bowler office announcers. But I love Molar office. They're my favorite. So that she could perfect the plan even further using Faust's knowledge. And the meticulously crafted plan began paying off almost as soon as the contract began in earnest. Ah, she's so cool! Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that they do. And I didn't get any of them. I burned like 150 odd pulls. How's it I'm still intact? We hit him with explosives! We have been informed that the T-Corp backed street syndicates often make use of inventions of more explosive variety. Model 40Y3, specifically crafted to withstand high levels of heat and shock, was indeed a good choice of gear. Ah, yes. Lucky, lucky, lucky. But, you know, is that she's coming up down the hill, old Walpurgis Nacht. So at least we'll have that. Was indeed a good choice of gear for this contract. The child's prosthetic eye had already finished mapping out the interiors of the dark warehouse. Just as she identified the trajectory of the bomb and where it flew from, she rushed forward and casually swung two greatswords attached to her prosthetic arms. And in a slash, their supposed leader's head was separated from his body. Ah! The henchmen began charging toward her and the prosthetic fixers with swords and spears, but it was all a useless struggle. Whenever they managed to break their arms, the fixers would simply replace them with new arms. Let us move a little faster. I see. Yeah, no, I don't have any resident Germans to go pestering me about my my Walpurgis Nacht. Though apparently, no, my API does not like playing with any kinds of those Germanic languages. Let us move a little faster. We have a business meeting scheduled in 2 hours. But yeah. I do... Oh, hello, color. However, the child did not even spare a moment to celebrate, and instead walked towards the doors of the massive warehouse that the syndicate was guarding. A lamp that returns colors. I have never seen one this bright and large. Ah, I see. Alright, good. We've got... Now the impressive magnitude of the contract sum seems more reasonable. Just as soon as the door swings open, the sepia-toned room immediately begins filling with brilliantly varied colors, excuse me. That spectacular scene was enough to catch the attention of other fixers as well, who were finishing off the remaining syndicate henchmen. This thing's massive. I don't know if we have enough collective horsepower to, you know... Oi, boss lady. Do we really have to deliver this ourselves? Of course not. The Deviat Association has already been contacted and informed that we would like for them to deliver this item to our client. And the hell did you... never mind. The scuffle wasn't as exciting as I thought it'd be. Right? I thought we'd struggle because we're all out of our elements here at T-Core Backstreet. Here at T-Core Backstreets. This feels like a minor spelling mistake. But, what can I say? A grin of a nigh unnoticeably slight arc appeared on her lips as she proudly crossed her arms together. The office fixer's response was that of unmitigated respect. This can all be attributed to Faust's meticulous and flawless plan that eliminates all uncertainties and variables. And the contributions were also of some help, however minuscule they may have been. Oh, I love Faust. She did not forget to impart a few words of encouragement fashioned in her own unique way of delivering them. Nothing quite like a four-armed backhanded compliment. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. That sounds great. Mechanical amalgam. Oh, wow! Are those new? I don't remember them having the keywords up here. But maybe I'm just not that perceptive. Anyway. Alright, now that we've had a little palate cleanser from reading, let's get back to reading. Okay, let's see here. We're just gonna go with charge. What does this one run with? Not a lot of... Alright, well, we'll just stick with... Hardcore. And then for backup, we'll take you, edit you. We'll just take the one who shall grip, because he's very... I don't think I have any other... Suppose I should actually do some math real quick. Let's... 40. Da. Yeah, alright, we're well within acceptable tolerances. We'll just take Pirate Gregor as backup. Then I guess I don't really need... we'll just take the Eurodivi. Then maybe Mr. Salt. But the question is, which flavor of Mr. Salt? We'll just take the Rhino. Granted, if we get down to 4th pack Rhino, I think that we've got bigger fish to fry. Okay. Still gonna be... Yeah, that'll still be enough. Alright, once more onto the breach. Time to go and figure out what the devil's going on with this warped train. What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh! What if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet? Like you said last time. One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment, I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. Gasp! I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this. Or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If it is not the case, then No, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost. Not even when we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright. For now. Oh no, they were whispering. Ah! Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay. This is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future. just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot of work. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my, clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. Well, the ring of this door ain't gonna do anything. We're all gonna bite it once it opens. How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W-Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions with W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where they thrash the shite out of one another, tearing their limbs off, all that mess? No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely. In my opinion, it is... hold that thought for but a moment. No, not that one. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Faust, dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching. Nay, rapping. Forsooth, past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It is possible that there must be... Lady Faust. Hey. Hold on. One more? Nope. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Ow. 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 I just need a little water. Oh. After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please, step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You gonna open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. And there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. But my suggestion... well, I'm not going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Beep! Sorry, bleep! After a brief mechanical bleep... Ah! There's a dead guy in there. Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Wow. These don't look like raving blood bag passenger. Everyone, how are you doing today? I'm doing just dandy. We've just gotten to the first encounter. I'll need to see if I can. Looks like that won't show up on that side. There's a violent blood bag passenger too, if my eyes do not deceive. Yep, we're just getting to the first scrap of the event. Let's see here. We'll go with. And we'll just one-sided guard that. Yeah, we should be fine. Should be, being the operative. And even if we're not, I think we're gonna make it. Anyway, thank you very much for tuning in when Plague Screens 1987. Yeah, that's better. Let's see. Quick discharge. Yeah, we should focus on brute forcing them out of the way. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I get the I get the feeling there's been a lot of what's the word? I feel like a lot of foreshadowings coming to the forefront. At least this time around. But since we're only on the first scrap, I'm sure that we're gonna be by wave. No, I think we'll be alright. Mr. Heathcliff. Not rolling so good on his dice. And again, I suppose it doesn't really matter if I don't have quick suppression or what is this? What is this gluttony skill called for? I'm sure I'll see it again. Lady Faust. However similar in appearance they may have been to other passengers. Verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense. Oh, let's see here. I read through the comic of Leviathan when it got to the well, by the time that it got to the light novel, I haven't quite caught up on that one. Played through Library of Ruina to completion, mind you. So I'm at the very least aware that this feels like some how do I put this? This feels like some vampire shit on account of them being called blood bags. Let's see here. LobCorp, I've gotten a fair bit of osmosis, and I read a little bit of Wonder Lab. Or, at least I read the, what was it? What was the name? I think it was one of the magical girls. I just, the Embodiment of Wrath, I read at least that chapter on it. And then I think that's about everything. I haven't read Distortion Detective. Don Quixote hesitated until the last minute before raising her weapon to fight them. She hangs her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. And she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh. Yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? Sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust right now. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts that are all tethered to one another by something. Are they not? Oh-ho! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did I say? We got this! I mean, I did at least, what's the word, with, yield my flesh to claim their bones. I'm pretty sure that one had a lot of distortion detected. Distortion detective references. I think. Oh, well, hold on, I didn't read that one out. Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Sang grew pensive, seeing that. Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read on her. It was an unmistakable look of regret, no matter how short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to a point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Isang. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow. Isang sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Oh, I love Dante. Gladly, if you would allow me. Isang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna grab more water. Alright, back to it. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Why are you given... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought she was just like, I got it. Yep. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is still at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence in continuance of moratorium. Forced, they are, to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same, If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corps cleanup agent has come to be. I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like this even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? You know, I'll be perfectly honest. Yeah. Still, I guess that means as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corps identities. Their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. Ugh. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. This is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, through some effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? Hey, what's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Oh, time to whisper, right? I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered, "Are they distortions or abnormalities?" "Oh, yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about that." Oh no. They weren't humans, that's for sure. For them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pekatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry. I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions. But also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know. I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Yeah. Though the information you have provided me here is rather ambiguous, it has helped me deduce something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Whew. Finally, the awakening has begun. Thanks for the input, Ryoshu. I think that's the first time that's like the maybe fourth time she's spoken this whole chapter. Intervallo. Okay, hold on. Notice to cleanup agents, please collect and store a single passenger's parts in this pack, no matter how difficult it may appear to collect their parts. You understand that there is a single strand of vein connecting the passenger's parts together. Imagine you are spinning a yarn ball into shape and patiently collect them one by one. Oh, sick. Okay, so these are just big bloody Capri Suns. Ugh. Oh, I can't blame her. I mean, after a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, I'm very happy. I always like seeing Ryoshu happy. We open the door next to the cabin only to be greeted by a loud commotion. Sounds like there are other survivors? Ah! Passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived to... Ah! Whoa, whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit disconcerting. Threatening. I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in him? Hey, oh, whoa, easy, Gregor, easy. Uh-huh. Thou art from the north, verily? Thy garb is that of northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah. How do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? Listen, I'll be honest, it seems like Greg's been simmering since, like, Canto 1. Sometimes he I like it when he roils over. It makes me, I feel like it adds some much-needed brevity. Oh, no, did I not read that? Hold on. Bitten? What the bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. You were in one of the economy cars I'm sure you've seen. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, aren't first-class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha, multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Core after picking up one of their contracts, but... Jeez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? Uh-oh, she's onto him! I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. Stinks of some shady bullshit, if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? She has a head, Sinclair! And how could I live without my favorite hobby? Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal. So I made sure to get high-quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Oh, okay! Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. I like her. I like this Sasha character. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that? Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. I gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, that seems about right. LMN, yep. Yeah, at the very least, P's are next. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Oh, hold on. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but some people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. I do sure hope that we'll be able to... I'm very curious to see what old L-Corp looks like now. I haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces. I mean, I like her. I like her. I like that her coat actually has 4 sleeves. It's a very nice touch. Where was I? I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. But yeah, no, I can't blame him. A lot of, rattled passengers, they're weeping. 3,201 red colors, 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, 'tis expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil, to protect the weak. I have been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. She's got a very Olga vibe. Yeah. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back. It spread like wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. What's your story? Yeah. Robo Olga. Rolga, as they say. I really hope that we'll get to see Nikolai and the gang. Because they're I mean, if we end up heading anywhere near our core, I suppose we're not going in the right direction for that. Anyway. So what's your story? Why'd you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars, so what's your business down here? W Corps has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers! Indeed. Fixers. Passed wore a look of reluctant acceptance as she affirmed Don Quixote's declaration. Huh. They got every single one of you a first-class ticket? Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. The W Corps already knew that this would happen? But... Are you really contracted to a wing? I'm not sure if I trust you. As you must be aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are paramount importance to fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corps is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Non-disclosure agreement. Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those oofy boys either. Or is it hoofy? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that one's Swedish. I don't speak any Swedish. Anyways, I was looking to have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corps. This is the master keycard given to us by W Corps. I believe it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master keycard from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corps. Yeah, I saw there's like allegedly 10 years Limbus company. At least that's what I saw from the interview with Kim Ji-hoon. Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised. Okay, so it looks like it can at least register Korean, but I say Walpurgisnacht, and then that comes out. A key card. So you use this to open the paths between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see. W Corps logo. Oh, nice materials. It looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. Fixer finally got out of our way, then with one of her free hands, pointed towards the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral. Yeah. Just the pronunciation, I'm not entirely sure, but I'll look that up later. Though I assume we're probably not gonna get any more oofy ideas for a while. Oofy? I don't know. Or your victory lap, if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. Well, I'll take that as take your word for it. I shall trust thee with the protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocent in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Yeah, it looks British. I'm gonna have to go for the British. Are you gonna save us from the monsters in the car behind us? Oh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Aye, forsooth. Whoa! Are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou may know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Wow. I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and... Worry not thyself. 'Tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire? It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured the child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Well, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet, sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what you just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like... what? You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway. Am I right? Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust rode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last question to inquire. Sorry, one last thing to inquire. I got if you didn't hear the Wild Heath. Yeah. I'm very excited for the Wild Hunt. I heard that he's gonna have some very interesting stuff. Also that, from what I saw, it looks like Isang's getting Funeral of Dead Butterflies. The only question is, are we getting an ego or in well, I guess it's probably gonna be an ID. I hope it's an ID. It'll be 30K per 30K. What are they working? Is it Yan? On. That's the yeah, AHN. That's their currency. It'll be 30K on per inquiry. That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corps? Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red, by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to be either in thought or trying to recall something. Then answered, I don't know. It was a pretty hectic battle in a narrow hallway, so I didn't have the wherewithal to get a good look in their eyes. Is it something important? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there has got red eyes. Are you there? That lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. But is someone out here paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No. Well, it was a question of no significance. Right! Red Eye Ryoshu. Alarun, but could be also De Capo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we saw the funeral, at least. No, yeah, no, he is probably gonna get a proper ego for Funeral of Dead Butterflies. But that doesn't mean that he won't get an ID for Funeral of Dead Butterflies. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Oh! Oh! Oh, they just skinned that guy. Yeah. Oh god, and there's a face up here. There's a bunch of skeletons all over everywhere. Ugh. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Yeah, figures. I got Ryoshu up there because hardy har, it's hell screen. Get it? Funeral is the ID, but the ego is believed to be one of Nitsok's realization abnos. Yeah, I mean, that tracks. Because let's see here, we had Malkut, or no, Pod? I need to double check, hold on. Hold on a minute. Yeah, we haven't gotten Hod yet. I get those two mixed up more often than I care to admit. Then we also did get Isad, so then it should be... I'm also curious to see, let me see here. I suppose one sin for 100 good deeds is... That one's probably not going to show up for a hot minute, but... Alright, let's take a look at these guys. Coagulated arm. Aggressive blood bag passenger. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is... As we'll be expecting Nosferatu himself coming in here, I think. Because... he was... Let me see here. Ah, yeah, and good old fourth match flame. Because what were they? I think in Nosferatu's, suppression, or not suppression. Yeah, no, in his suppression, I'm pretty sure they said that, like, he was older than, at least Elcor in their, abnormalities. Then there was also... And let's see here. And they heal from targets with bleed, yada yada. Alright, well, we're just gonna unga bunga this one, because, I mean, heck, if we got... this one might be a little sticky. I think we'll be fine. Two. Oh no. That's a fair chunk of.
지금이야말로 꿈밤을
I can
보여줄
actually consume.
시간이네. 지난번처럼
Yeah.
잠들지 못하게 하면 안 돼. 숙면을
What a
취할 수
delightful
있게
question.
해주자고.
Oh, I'm sure that we'll probably figure it out before too long. And then we'll keep. Concentrated fire, that's what it was called, because I had completely forgotten the name of hardcore Heathcliff's, at least of his gluttony skill, because I know quick suppression and graze the grass, but yeah. Let's see here, what else am I looking forward to?
영영 깨어나시지 못하게 잘 재워드렸지?
Really, can I not roll like a 6 on the speed die, Mr. Heathcliff? Someday, maybe? Okay, it looks like we'll be that. Then we're gonna go for this. I think we'll be alright.
좋아. 알맞은 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네.
But yeah, I don't know.
이젠 강을
I mean-
차려야겠지?
I need to take a look at the Vermilion Cross again, but I mean, it kind of looks like what Eileen was doing to him, right? I'm not crazy.
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
Hold on, let me pull up the.
오호. 이럴 때는 이런 식의 공격으로 대응하는군요. 기억해둬야지.
Oh, nice! We're gonna be getting more distortion. Well, I mean, hopefully we'll get more distortion detected before too long. That's the end of that. Mark that down as cleaned up. Let me just look up the Vermilion Cross real quick, because yeah, no, Either way, though, I'm very excited to see what's the word? Where we're heading to, because it looks like the Project Moon fans are going to continue to be eating well. Mr. Heathcliff, am I gonna have to put you on a different ID set, because it seems like you're just not rolling the speed that I need. Bad. I mean, yeah, sure, why not? I'll at least give it a read. I do enjoy me some,
지난번처럼 제대로 잠들지 못하게 하면 안 돼.
Alright,
숙면을
let's see.
취할 수
How's
있게
my...
해주자고.
and then we'll go over here, and then over there. Yep, double that up. I'm just curious to see what kind of vampire rules we're working off of.
영영 깨어나시지 못하게 잘 재워드렸지? 편안해 보이는 얼굴이네.
Oh no. Oh no, they said it in the... It's a conga line, isn't it? Mr. Heathcliff. Mr. Heathcliff, could we, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that'll work.
이럴 때는 이런 식의 공격을 뭘 그렇게 끄덕이는 거야, 미카? 실전에서는 다 기세라니까. 우리가
Alright, let me see here. Da, 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 da. And then we go for... Mr. Heathcliff, can you, please roll maybe a 6? Am I gonna have to... You know what? If you're not gonna roll a 6, I'll make you roll a 6.
충전 기능 점검.
26 blood in.
단순의 점검.
Right! Yeah, no, I remember. I ended up seeing, oh god, what was it? Oh god, where was it? It was, off of, I think it was one of the old image boards, but basically it boiled down to all the, the 26 blood fiends, and all I distinctly remember was seeing, the Count from Sesame Street. Alright, there we go. But yes, I'm very, very excited to see where, this stuff goes. What I will say is that I also do enjoy, I suppose if we're talking like World of Darkness, actually I kind of prefer Changeling, rather than and some of the other stuff. Great work, Heathcliff. Ah! I'm just a little go through all that effort to get the bonus on the coin rolls, and he flips all tails. I think I'm a little miffed. I'm the opposite of chuffed, as the children say. All right, you know what? We're just gonna hit the win rate button. I think we're good. Just unga bunga him down. Yeah. I remember seeing at least that part. I think was in or at least because Eileen was there back when the Black Silence was still active, you know, before the White Knights in the darkest days. Whew. Handling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. This is Mr. Pola. I suppose he is using an axe, but huh, too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around in takes more energy than you might think. Especially for people like us, who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer numbers would eventually wear down the sinners. Which is very interesting. Ooh, what are these things, Faust? Because I think that, I suppose that does ask the question if a naturally occurring... I mean, I suppose it does answer the question that a naturally occurring distortion can distort. Or maybe that there could be classified as something else. What an interesting dilemma. Though, I do believe that it was in... What was it? Was it the second Walpurgis? It was one of the Walpurgis knocks where they were like, well, we're looking through our method of categorizing these things because we're using the old Lobotomy Corporation, and it's kind of like, it's not like the best for what we're doing. So we're gonna like do some reorganization here whenever that happens. Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't think I read Sinclair. Who? What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no. Are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. Yeah, exactly. I could have sworn it was also on, what's the word? Danger if they breached containment. Or was it difficulties in containing them? I don't know. I haven't actually, I got like a little gist of LobCorp, but, I'll probably end up going back and doing that, probably one of these days. Maybe before the next Walpurgis Nacht, which I suppose we have until, like, what is that? September, October? Yeah, right. It's just the ones that produce a lot of energy have a nasty tendency of, not being very conducive to your long-term longevity. Quite. 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. I must have been getting them kind of conflated with, there's Mr. Salt. Finally, at long last, the prophet speaks. It can be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offensives were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Love you, Mr. Salt. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Yeah. I think they all had red eyes. their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? You're in luck, Dante. I have read upon the subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train. And while that will be a useful element in resolving this situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean, you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corps' contract, and provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is of high likelihood that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. Ah! Vampires, you say? Oh god, it gets even worse!
훌륭한 전시회였어.
That was quite the exhibition. Perhaps I should thank them. Okay. People believe that the West Y ID will be Dawn, which means the new Bygone Days ego is Dawn. I mean, I sure hope so.
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
These are all delightful. I'm curious who would get the road home. Actually, you know what? Probably Otis. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, hold on. Wait. Blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of the wings is that? Sorry, what in the name of wings is that? Huh? You of all people haven't heard about blood fiends? Thought you were a team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory? Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children in the night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor. And what they're really afraid of is water. I've been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer. And I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear. Yeah, this is all very Zemitzi coded. I am certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the fingers, but the things that blood fiend commanded weren't like these rubber textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners may have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we faced in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though a reserve of intelligence regarding the warp trains or W Corps is vast, if incomplete, We could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for a formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe the damages may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Oh, golly gee willikers. Any city faction? If we're gonna take the outskirts, I'd probably go hang out, in the library, because at least these days that seems to be the nicest place. If the outskirts are out of the question, I would maybe go with, either Zwei or, what was that one, the one workshop, they did smoke, but they had their own, they were a weapons production, they were, God, what were they? They were a general reception. I want to say Star of the... No, not Star. I think they were about at Star of the City or Urban Plague. I'd need to double check, but... Either that or maybe Nemo's office. Yeah, I'll look that one up later. But, yeah, maybe Nemo's office. He seems like a nice enough person. They seem like cool people to hang out with, at least. Or I suppose, assuming that everything's put back in their rightful spots, I guess maybe Dawn office. Actually, no. The Bloodborne one that Philip lumped in with before, you know, the thing happened. Anyway, among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. Ugh. However, as the passengers' collective time is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. Oh, I'm well aware. But, you know, if we're lumping in, I've only the utmost faith in Nemo and those two other guys. Like, big lady and man with sunglasses? Did he have? I need to double check. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. Ugh. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Yeah, Wedge office, that's the one. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is is a culmination, an entailment of, what do you want? Don't scream at me! An entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process that is isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. Hold on, I gotta feed my cat real quick. Horrible little gremlin. Anyway. What? I ain't even followed half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Oh, don't worry. She's getting many pats. Anger, sorrow and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain snared in the wheel of creation and destruction. It can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passengers will to persist, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive. Do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. There was no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Isong was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they... That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Isong's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out. And that's something Faust and I both want to avoid. I suppose either that or just get out your invitation. I should probably put that away. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. I now recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. I suppose the thing about, what's the word? I think you might have to go with something a little more, high octane than, sleeping pills or morphine, given that it seems that biological processes are, put to a halt. Granted, if you were, what's the word? Dosed with, I believe, hold on, let me think here. I believe it would be a mixture of ketamine xylazine prior to boarding the warp train. That would be your best bet to get through it painlessly. Or at the very least, with none of that pesky consciousness. Anyway, sorry, did I read that? Indeed. Yeah, I only use ketamine xylazine as a point of reference because that's what I did during my tech days. At least what I had to administer during my tech days. No eating that stuff on the job. Anyway, in that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, there's a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. Yeah, exactly. I mean, by technicality, I'm a Leshy, so if you think of me like a golem, or Frankenstein's monster, or Frosty the Snowman, if that helps. Granted, I suppose I'm not really like Frosty, given the sense that my being is not tied to a single object. Rather, it is a spirit bound to a certain vessel. Yes, it is. Not just a mushroom, mind you. But yes, that is the goal. Let's see here. Hold on. Yes, hi. Indeed, if we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the Blood Fiend. Very well. I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. Oh no! Oh god, they got one of the warpmen. Barrel blood bag cleanup agent. Let's see here. He gets charged. Charge and bleed. What a novel concept! Let's see. Rough blood sucking, power leakage, tenacious. Alright. Oh, let's see here. Yeah. What's that one gonna be? Yeah, it should be. This way, this, and then we're gonna. Well, I suppose we'll be getting down there in time. At least towards the end of this, because I'd wager that something's going to go. Something's bound to go sideways.
주인님이 도착하기 전까지 끝내보자. 벽난로에 불도 지피고 음식도 준비하고 맞이할 준비를 해야 하니까.
Much more, I need 2 to 2. Whatever. We'll just go hog wild. Horribly right. Well, I mean, I'd wagered. Rather, I think things have already gone awry. I think things are going to go from bad to worse here. Given that, yeah, this looks. This is a Zamitsu, right? That I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Zamitsu. If we're talking like World of Darkness clans. Because this reeks of the work of the dragons. That's what they're called, right? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Though it also does sound like each blood fiend has their own. What's the word? Unique touches for their handiwork. Are you kidding me? My poor big boy. I mean, technically, even then for the WOD is that there's a lot of like the smaller bloodlines. They ended up all getting kind of lumped together in 5th edition, mind you. But like the Hecate, which had, because let's see here, because there was the technically the Hecate was consisted of like what was it? Giovanni, Najaraga, Titzel Hoten? I can't really remember off the top of my head. The Somdi, the Cappadocians, some other third one. And then there's also the, what are they? Like the Jingashi, and then the, what are they? They're the ones where they're basically like, well, you see, is that my soul has been willed back into my body with the second breath. Just. Yeah, definitely a lot farther than the, what's the word? The Euro and, Asia Minor takes on the vampire. And you look like the last one, so let's get him out of here. Bam! God, I love this Otis. That's only because she reminds me of Rose in my heart of hearts. Alright, let's see here. The cleanup agent. Well, that's not good. Mark me down as concerned. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, he's got a glaive, you got the axe.
계약대로 하자고요, 님.
Yeah, we're just gonna roll with this. Ow! I guess we're just gonna take this. We'll do that. Yeah, there we go. Try and get more power flowing in. I will say, for favorite clans, at least if we're talking World of Darkness, I would probably go with either the Truha or the, that's not good. Corp Korea, T Corp Britain. Yeah! P Corp, I'm gonna say, is, well, I mean, if I had to point a finger, assuming that this one's gonna be for Don's Kanto, I'm gonna say the Iberian Peninsula. Oh, I didn't have any. Oops. Pretty curious as to all this distortion that's coming up on the screen. What's happening, Don? I'll need to take a closer look. Interesting. Yeah. Which both happen to be on the Iberian Peninsula. It's neat stuff. Though I am at least a little bit of a geography dork. And I'm gonna just have to take a closer look, because... Is it just when they go down? Oh? Also, I'm terribly sorry if the rain's coming through. It's pouring a little hard. Let me draw down my curtains. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. I'll have to look at it with the higher octane stuff, because let's see here, we'll have this. Will I get enough juice out of that? No. There we go. Let's see if it plays with Isang. Probably does. Ah! Maybe with Dimensional Demon Edge. Yeah, but it's just, it looks like really, really strong here. But we'll see how it goes with DDR. And you, get out the, you know what, yeah, whatever, we'll just put on the binds. If you want to roll low on your dice, Mr. Heathcliff, you can have it. Yeah, it looks like it also wasn't playing for Ryoshu, so I guess maybe, I suppose. Hold on. Okay, okay. Did at least do it on Otis's. So at the very least, 2 bugs, 300 lunacy. I kind of thought that this fight would have been closed out before Mr. Heathcliff got his time in the chair. But I was wrong, because there's another goon that has emerged from the mist. We will, however, deal with this the old-fashioned way with... Oh, never mind, that's too dangerous. We'll just go with this one. 1 dimension shredder, please. And there she goes. Yeah, all right, yeah, good stuff. Man, that's a really nice touch. What I will also say is that the multi-cracked Faust is also, like, super cool. And I'm pretty... Oh, hold on. Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow! He lives still! Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, begins sprinting somewhere. No. No, stay away from me, you monsters! Hey, man, we're not those monsters. You alright? I don't think he's alright. Huh? That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. Ah! What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze towards the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well... No surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, a prosthetic, or whatnot. Ah, my poor little bug man! It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Yeah. Ah, prosthetic. That's a relief. Oh, my poor boy! Ah! As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So what are the W Corps employees doing aboard the train? Huh, you're right. When we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and... This cannot be! Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I can't believe it, man. Oh! I hate seeing my poor boy so self-conscious about his horrible bug arm. I don't know, I may have been too reliant on Faust too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this, either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omnipresent omniscience, because I could always trust it to be there for us. I was starting to realize... Minor spelling mistake! Two minor spelling mistakes! That I don't have the means to consider and make my own decisions at moments like these. No. Maybe I was too reliant on everyone else. When the time comes for them to rely on me, when they can no longer function as they usually do, for whatever reason, can I really manage them well? Lead them to the right answers? Oh yeah. I think my actual first 3-star was... I think it was W Corp Mr. Salt. I treasured him. And then I got some good IDs. And then, well, I mean, with Uptie 4 around, at least he's okay. But... Oh, hold on. Ah. Doubt, colored with fear, began to rise like a dark plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? Ah, oh no! The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made good use of this space. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Oh! What in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends? That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car. But why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Whew. Finally. What is that thou seekest to do? W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then... Huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. Bye, have a great time! With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind. I mean, I can't blame him. He's got a bum leg, and I When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and wall covered with viscera remained. Yeah. I don't quite have them all up to Uptie 4. At least not yet. I haven't been spending as much time in the mines as I would like. Yep, there he goes. He has departed the scene. Yeah. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. I mean, at least that guy's gonna keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Oh man, I love Death Stranding.
훌륭한 전시회였어.
Alright, let's see here. Well, would you look at the time? It's time to break into my store of Enka felon boxes. I keep hoarding them just for this. Sorry, what? Okay, no, never mind. Okay, next car. Yeah, that's, mark you down as a, what are they? Ah, mark you down. Do not. Don't be mean, Mr. Closed Captionings. I swear, sometimes I catch it, like, saying, like, some heinous stuff, and I'm like, that's not what I said. But anyway, mark you down as a colorless color fixer, I believe. Is that what they say it in the Japanese scene? Yeah, we'll go with this. And we'll just dodge with donkey. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll just go with that. So, 3. That's 4. But yeah, I've at least been hoarding my. Well, we're just gonna do this, and this. Am I gonna have enough for a dimensional demon edge? No. Not at the moment, at least. There you go, Mr. Isang. Oh, color me impressed. But yeah, I definitely at least have a healthy store of capsules, so.
뭐든지 하나씩 줄여가면서 시작하는 거지.
누님도 술병을 하나씩 비우면 참 좋을 텐데 말이죠.
It's one of the nice things about being between employment. Or at the very least freed from the shackles of corporatism. At least for but a moment. After all, that's why I'm here.
공간을 뭉갠다. 제압 완료.
Yeah, job market's not the best. But, I mean, hey, you know, what can you do? I've at least been making use of my my spare time. I've been making a fair bit of pasta and restoking my land of the blistering sun. Well, so long as you make sure to what was it? Is it an Arab? I haven't read L'Étranger, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I've gotten through osmosis. But yes, I will say I'm quite pleased that my feet flesh is peeling off. Oh! Oh, that's not good. I mean, yeah, L'Étranger. I know the name, I just can't remember who he shot. And there goes Miss Otis. Are they dead yet? Not yet. Let's see here, DDR is looking like it's gonna need a little bit more time to juice up. Donkey will probably be alright with that. Yeah, good. We've at least got momentum now. But yeah, I'm going to assume by feet flesh we're talking about the yes, good. Where was I? I assume by feet flesh we're talking more about the epidermis and not anything below that.
유리해 보이긴 하지만
결국에는 유리한 구도를 만들어낸 것 같은데.
Because that would be very, very concerning. In which case I would.
쉬시게.
I see, I see. So just the just some bits of the thicker skin, I hope.
훌륭한 전시.
Also allegedly a. I assume that it's a miserably dry place as well.
고맙다고 말해야 하나?
빨리 시작하시죠.
Just the souls. Oh, okay.
자, 출발해 볼까요?
어우, 여기는
Damn.
답답한데.
Okay. All right.
나도 나가서 싸우면 안 되나?
I think I've got the plot.
계약대로
내가
하자고요.
눈에 새겨.
I think. Go forth. Acquire me more charge.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Excellent work. Well, I do hope that that your feet make a full recovery from their
맞이할 준비를 해야 하니까.
metamorphosis.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
I suppose it's probably just the good question, but I'm no dermatologist, so
적들이
not I'm not terribly familiar. Oh no! Get him, Heathcliff. Well, at least he won part of the clash. Oh, hey. Oh no! I see. One of those, yeah, changing climbs. I know that sometimes people's flesh react poorly, and it can take a fair amount of time to adjust. Like back my time when I went up towards the mountains. Took me at least a little bit to get Donkey! That's better. That time she rolled well enough. Alright, let's see here. How are things looking? Oh, wow, yeah, that's lovely. Oh, sorry, my favorite. In hindsight, I probably should have waited on that one. Oh.
이럴 때는 이런 식의 공격으로 대응하는군요. 기억해둬야지.
뭘 그렇게 끄적이는
Well.
거야, 미카?
Circle of life, then I suppose.
적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
Yeah, that's at least what I'm gonna say. All right, now that it played that time, it looks like sometimes the visuals get a little. Or maybe it chooses what it wants to focus on. And let's go for Dimension Shredder and into. I don't actually. Okay, no, I do have Fluid Sac, and I can beat it quite well with this team. Okay, and I think we're in acceptable tolerances for
단숨에 점령.
calling that out. There we go. Oh, that guy just exploded. Poor sod.
색색이 화물하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
I'm gonna grab a quick snack actually. I'll still be like here. I'm just gonna mute so that you don't hear the crunching.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
벌써 끝나가는군.
상황이야. 그렇다고 비스킷을 꺼내 먹으면서 싸우라는 얘기는 아니었는데.
I did at least see that part. Or no, I did see that part. Though I do also recall in the letters to Don Quixote in the introduction, or at least in the introduction version that I was reading, that they seemed, or at least Roland had some kind of begrudging respect for Don Quixote. Assuming that I interpreted that part correctly, but... And actually, I think I've gotten to the point in the book where Don mentions Roland by name.
훌륭한 전시회였어.
I haven't actually gotten too terribly far in Don Quixote. I should probably see about finishing that up before too long. But I will say, though, is that it's a very... Perhaps it's my much more English-centric upbringing rearing its ugly head, but it kind of reads like a Monty Python skit in some places. Though I suppose maybe it's more... Oh, I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to finish it by October. Hey, I think that it's a very, very interesting read. Actually brings me a lot of joy reading it. It's just something about the absurdity of where it's like, ah, yes, of course, don't worry. I promise, I swear on my honor as a knight that I will not continue beating this farmhand, and I will pay him. Okay, and he is riding out of sight. And he's gone, and back to the beating. Oh, that's not great. Yoshi's soaking up a little bit too much damage for my liking, but yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. Bingo. Please don't, the Ryoshu. Oh, they're out here stunning everybody, aren't they? Okay, how's Donkey? Donkey's doing alright. I might go for a... Might instead just swing for... And how far off am I with that? I need 2 more and a few more Envy Resonance. I think instead we'll go for... Yeah, we should be alright. Oh yeah. I do perfect. I do find it very interesting. I also do like how he's like, make no mistake, dear reader. This guy is crazy. Like with a capital crazy. I'm gonna say that felt like Scamgy right there. What a world. Alright, let's see what we're looking at. Let's see. Mouse is still standing, yada yada. Oh yeah. My only question is, what flavor of speed are we running with? I'm gonna probably say... Or at the very least is gonna be focusing a lot on the big binds. So I'm thinking probably then I'd run with, because as I recall, she also ends up getting more based off of having a higher speed than them, I want to say. So I suppose, I guess it would also be very funny if she actually ended up getting, if she got another WoW ego where it's just the bigger, more spiders. So I suppose maybe that'd be leaning a little bit too hard into the bit. Yeah. So probably, I had to point a finger. Probably Heathcliff, Otis, Esong for the team. Yeah. Maybe someday we'll get the biggest spider. Wow, she is really not doing well on health. In hindsight, probably should have been paying a little bit more attention to that.
한눈에 봤을 때는
Alright, let's see here. Get out your fluid sacks, kids. That's not the right one.
만들어낸 것 같은데.
There we go. And Heathcliff's out of ammo. Fantastic. It looks like everyone's nice and stunned, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. And we'll just go with AED.
막을 자는 없어.
Or rather, AE double D.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
Yep. Come on, there we go.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
Hey, you know what? I think that would be actually pretty funny.
맘,
Getting him with his burr, 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 burr.
맘.
Question is, who wears the hat? Do they both have a little hat? I'd say both of them would probably have a little hat.
차겠습니다.
At least I certainly hope so.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
But in his corrosion, would Gregor become the hat? I think he'd probably become the hat. If only to satisfy whatever. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What's this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Gregor. Gregor. Ah! 'Tis the emblem of T-Corp! It appears that it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief executive guy... Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is oft the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations, such as our own Limbus company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, feeling what's behind. Oh! Speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Radia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. An encore started by a Limbus company backed by T-Corp with friends. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I mean, I'm sure that'll probably end up coming to pass. But let's see here. They're up. What was it? Well, rather, they still have at least a golden bow from what I've seen. Because the one in Kanto 6 was properly burnt out. 6? Yeah, it's... Oh, hold on. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform, remember? He said he warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. That was a man! By God! Anyway. Oh, right. That guy. Whoops. My brain defaulted back to Sasha, and I was like, ah, yes, I forgot about the funny. At least forgot about that guy. Anyway. I believe I have read articles stating that certain office do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. That's missing a lot of Dawn-isms, I think. Huh? Wait, he's... Uh-oh. Walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Hi. He is the one we encountered at the platform. This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Oh no, my poor boy. I mean, I thought that he was fun too. I at least really liked reading out his dialogue. Yeah, he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. He brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. I guess calling it an expedition was no exaggeration. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. A strategy indeed. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between the fixers and the bloodbags. There were many similar cases during the war. Using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as there was cash remaining in their wallets. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. The funny shrimp man called him Vivzupop, written robot, and Veldemota cried because he's dead. I mean, I'm a little disheartened that he's probably not dead for realsies, I hope, maybe. But we'll see what happens with the aftermath, because it seems like some of these people are being consumed in their entirety, and others maybe not. I see. There are more than a single possible interpretation of the same scene. I'll remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often made it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? Well, then I'm sure we'll see him again. Maybe. Maybe not. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, yet... Yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. Ah, I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at straws, you know? The sense I find mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, with the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. Who knows? We'll see what Canto P holds for us, but yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing many of the multi-crack gang. Maybe Sasha if we're lucky. It seemed that the first part of the sentence was well heard by Ishmael and Yisang. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but you feel different from your usual self somehow. That is... I don't like seeing sad Faust either. Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you've had a softer side. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt, closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment. Oh, I like her. I like watching the little Faust turn into a person. That leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the Blood Fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Angela baby. Interesting. What an interesting notion. I suppose that'll be revealed to us in a far later canto. Oh, hold on here. Need to remember my British. Well, how strong could it be if its fodders are this weak? There were so many of them, but we practically smashed through their entire horde. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called Blood Fiend Hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls to blood fiends, they're kind of like their private army, right? Or for according to cats. Interesting. It all comes back to puns and wordplay. Everything is the ideal, just as Isung intended it. Anyway, let's see here. A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion, wartime or not. They will always make for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Blood Fiend's strength. And all of a sudden, high on this instant decisive idleness. Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. All right, Donkey, let's go. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. Faust book. Interesting. With that, I open the door leading to the final car of this train. Oh, hold on. He's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the Blood Fiend to complete our contract. Well, I guess we'll figure it out.
이게 바로 소위 말하는
Excellent work, Don.
나 승진시켜주시오, 관리자나리.
I should also probably collect these free pulls. Delicious. And another quick... Who is that? He's got a cane. What a dapper fellow. Oh, wait, I can see everything here. Oh, that's cool. There's our friend. It's actually really neat. I like that. That's a nice touch. Oh, I can, I suppose. We'll at least get him. Get him to have him. There he is. Nice slow as shite, innit? Yeah. Oh, I suppose I should probably also... Great for charge teams. Ah, probably a good passive then. I should probably give that a gander. But first, more of these delicious tickets. He's a keystone, eh? Alright, alright. Well, let's take a gander here. Edit out our team real quick. Let's see what we're working with. First, we'll up-tie him. Oh no, I need more threads. Let's see. We're not gonna touch that. I guess I could go for the stuff. Let's see here. I need 60? Great new status effect, eh? Well, I guess we'll take a look. To the sinners, please. Oh, but first I should probably... Also, of course, here is my friend code. If one would, if anybody viewing would wish to take it. I've got quite a fair amount of friends. All right, let's see. Instead of having a helps dull the fear in combat, I think. Let's see. Prosthetic body. Gain charge per hit on foe. I see. There's an interesting idea. Let's take a quick back down then and see what we're working with. Firstly, a quick up tie and then another quick up tie.
뭐야? 이 자식 바람 구멍 몇 개 생겼다고 벌써 저 세상으로 가버렸는데?
My poor boy. Heathcliff. It is one peaceful afternoon. The child slowly turns his head to the side at the voice calling his name. He's been staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Ah! Alright. Heathcliff, come on, are you planning to zone out for the rest of the day? It's lunch already. It's only lunch? Bloody hell, mate, what a slow day. The office fills with amused laughter as the child begins pulling his hair with all four of his hands. Maybe the laughter made the child feel a bit self-conscious. He quickly attempted to change the subject. Ah! So, what is it? Why'd you call my name? We're going out for lunch at Ham Ham Pang Pang, just round the corner. Yes! Alright. Ah. You coming with? Ah, I ain't going. Enjoy your lunches, lads. Really? I thought you loved fish and chips. Their new seasonal menu. I've seen you go for that every lunch for a while. I ain't hungry. Ah, don't tell me. Did you replace your digestive tract with a prosthetic too? Ugh. I can never bring myself to do that. Nice stuff. Oh, that ain't either, yeah. That ain't it either, yeah. He raises his voice in a burst of frustration before dousing it with a heavy sigh. I've just had a lot on my mind today, that's all. Well, then give us a call if you change your mind. I don't mind picking one up to go for you. Coworkers left the building. What a bunch of nice guys. I like these multi-crack fellas. No one left inside the building other than the child himself. The room was completely silent, save for the sound of ticking clock hands. No noise of tapping on typewriters, calculators, or even pens scratching against the papers. Paper. Now ain't that a bother? Maybe I should have left my eardrums intact. He absent-mindedly rubbed his ears, which had been recently replaced with a prosthetic. Then he went back to staring blankly at the ceiling. Child's been having funny thoughts as of late. It ain't there anymore. Fun of battle. It's gone. Violence was an old friend of the child ever since his back streets days. But it's never felt this dull. A good singular strike used to make him laugh with exhilaration. Facing down a powerful enemy used to make his competitive spirit burn brightly, even as he grumbled. Of course, when he cooled from the heat of battle, he'd go back to his usual self, thinking things that an average person might think, not wanting to go so far as to kill someone, for example. Or maybe that he might have gone a punch too far. Yeah! File papers occasionally and go do work. Well, I think that it's probably more of the oh, he's even spinning his little pen. And I like his thermos. Very curious about the... Ah, interesting. I think it's probably more the lack of... what's the word? Chance of death. I think that would be... maybe. Who knows? I suppose it'll probably tell us. The same was true for the day he participated in a contract expedition. You crazy son of a bitch! You almost just lost your arm back there. I would say it's the lack of challenge, perhaps. Yeah, whatever, mate. I'll just replace it if that happens. Boss lady's got dozens of backup arms at the ready. You must have lost your mind. The child was, as per the terms of the contract, battling a syndicate of the back streets. Some among them were using prosthetics as well, but most of them had installed at workshops of dodgy quality, and they weren't that many of them anyway. Most Syndicate henchmen reacted with the same horror as they faced the child. Attacks that other fixers would back away from, a kind of sweeping attacks that would help make room for them to momentarily regroup. You daft! Stepping at my arm and you won't ever hit my circuitry where it matters. None of them even fazed the child. That he gladly took the hit and continued to advance closer to his enemies. A destroyed arm, a punctured shoulder, none of that was critical. He could simply replace them within minutes. The child, a fixer with prosthetics, did not care no matter how much damage he took as long as he had enough cash. Battle was easy, of course, but the child was bored. Even after a grueling battle, all he could think was, oh, we won. Even as he stabbed his enemies forcefully with his spear, all he could think was, oh, here he goes. The fact that none of the violence inspired anything other than the simplest, most surface-level observations was mind-numbingly boring to him. Still zoning out, Heathcliff? The child snapped out of his dry reminiscence of the expedition when his coworker called over to him. The child was about to thank his coworker for kindly bringing him a sandwich, but he looked down, noticing his coworker wildly swinging all four of his arms while pointing at the table. Spilled his cup of coffee all over the table, drenching the report he'd spent the morning writing. Did I spill that? Who else, man? How should I know? I don't feel heat. Okay, but isn't that report due today? How are you so okay with losing your entire morning's work? Kraken. More things to waste my afternoon time on. But the child's face was contorted into a frown. Seeing that, the coworker quickly pushed the child away from the desk, swiftly cleaned up any surviving documents, removed the cup, and wiped down the table. All that was rather quickly and competently done once all four arms of the coworker got to work. And only when the table was squeaky clean did he return to his seat. The child watched all of it in flabbergasted silence, let out a hollow chuckle, and then leaned back in his chair. Maybe I should quit. An utterance full of emptiness. He's been spending days upon days sitting in the office, save for the days when they'd go work on a contract. He'd only planned to work for a little while before quitting, but he's been unable to bring himself to get to the last part of this plan. Where else would I work or go? What a bother. The multi-crack office, which was composed of only of fixers with prosthetics, was a comfortable space for the child. Spilling hot coffee at someone was no big deal here. He could also hold conversations about replacing his arms and legs without making things awkward. Maybe it was that sense of camaraderie within this group that made him feel awkward every time he left the premises of the building. Grabbing piping hot items without hesitation, walking for hours upon hours without ever getting tired. It was those little things, those minor details, that have been making the child feel a sense of alienation ever since he replaced most of his body with prosthetic parts. Well, I suppose I ain't going anywhere without my family. Wonder if we'll pick up any interest in contracts today. Yeah, I mean, at least... Oh, wait. Waiting and waiting for a small pebble to make the tiniest ripple in his tedious, uneventful life. The child looked back up at the ever-so-familiar ceiling. Days rolling, clicking by like cogs in a machine. Dad was merely growing used to that kind of life. The life in the city. Yeah! Oh, yeah, there's the coffee. Yeah, there were certainly some times at some of my former gigs. Alright, let's take a look at his skills. Drive cart, blah, blah, blah. Alright. Photoelectricity. Turn end count expires. Interesting. Interesting stuff indeed. But my tickets aren't really that high. Maybe, I wonder what his passive are. Deployed ally max charge count plus 5. Remain activated until the start of the next turn. Fascinating. Kathy? Kathy? I've never heard of that person before. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yeah, I think I'll just stick with the... Though since these are definitely a lot longer fights, I think maybe I'll... Oh, wow, look at all that. Looking a little bit more. Alright, let's get in there. Yeah, I think maybe I'll go for...
자,
Yeah, we'll probably one with, Ishmael. I'm sure this will be fine.
충전 완료.
Room. Oh, God. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? Oh, I don't doubt that he's pretty potent. I just need to dump more tickets into him, and I'm kind of fresh out. He must be the cause of this outbreak. The blood fiend we must defeat. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you? The hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. You may call me Cassetti, sixth kindred, a kindred of the sixth generation, the rightful prince in refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction? Yeah. Who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet, or a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. Dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Do you not even know the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask. Won't come off? Can't take it off? Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. He looks kind of deflated. Like, I'm not crazy, right? That either looks like ink or he's, like, pretty wrinkly. They're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided, hide how repulsive we become. Minor spelling mistake, I think. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Stitch that mask to your face skin. Not a half-bad job. Of course it's excellent. Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great, the eminent, the barber himself, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. Now I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince. That is what I am. He's a bloody loon, innit? Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. Thank you, Heathcliff. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, falling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, deaf? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down. But we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh no, but the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. and I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebear kindreds would be should they be here to witness what I have created, this cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. 1, da, 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 2, ba, da, 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 da. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet, we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then, what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! It's her! Gah! A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face. Ah! It is thee! By the... Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that hath transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur, and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board, one still capable of rational thought? Damn. We actually made it all the way back here? I guess wings don't just give out contracts to anyone. I fought my damnedest too, till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these 4 arms left. Kinda funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. Uh-oh. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don Quixote, watch out! I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Ah! Did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. To be the first of many since my escape, for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own. My family. Yeah. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings. So I present before you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Ah! But I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A kindred to a blood fiend is like a sub-entity, similar to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Now, the nice thing is that even though she might be a pretty low generation, a vampire is dangerous based on their age, not the potency of their blood. Or rather, not just the potency of their blood. Maybe. Probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time? As his underling? Ah, yeah, exactly. Still incredibly dangerous, but I think we got it. Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. And the passengers who were under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Shh. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. That's worse than a dead child. That's an undead child. There's only one thing worse than an undead. A child. No. What was that? Was that an office bit? That sounds right. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend. But this... I really, really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. Oh, old donkey's not having it. There was a child. Yep, little runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery of the life that is a way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I'd know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice. It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really, really early grave. A 3-day-old vampire, and presumably at least a 30-year-old woman. Maybe like, I don't know. It's always hard to tell. Anyway. Silence. Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Go get him, donkey! I have only the utmost faith. Well, she's not even here. Right, let's see here. Ah, joy, a focused encounter. Well, then in that case, let's see here. You there, and then they'll just ripple here. Yeah, this should work out alright. This, that. Just avoid you for now. Isn't opposed. Maybe older. Yeah, no, it's always tricky. Actually, hold on. Here. Yeah, we'll go. Okay. Night time for showtime. Oh, they're pretty weakened at least. I don't know. Great work, Fishmail. I only had the utmost faith in you. But I'm sure we'll be able to carve through this fast enough. Excellent. Oh, this one's gonna be a conga line, isn't it? Okay. Well, then in that case, we'll go for you over here, and then you go there. Have you head here, and you go... Yeah, we'll keep this with the brainwave focus. Alright. Let's see what we're working with. Yeah, it's better. A little extra juice, and I'll be able to pop Mind Whip. Yeah, that's kind of what I had the feeling of. I mean, I enjoy the conga line battles. It's certainly an interesting change of pace. Then the dungeon, and we'll see where we end up from there. I mean, I'm going to assume that there's a dungeon. But again, maybe not. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out. Okay, just the regular blood bag prosthetic fixers. How much longer until I can call that out? No dungeon? Alright. Works for me. Okay, well that one's gonna be down to 12. Not gonna do. Who are you targeting? Okay, you're actually targeting fish, so we'll go that way. And you're also targeting fish, so we'll just go that way. Do I DDR? Yeah, I could dimensional deep edge. Why not? Fun new mirror dungeon content. Perfect. You're going that way. Yeah, it should be fine. Hopefully that'll be enough to take that out. Good, perfect. Oh boy. There we go, there we go. Oh, they don't really have stagger thresholds, these guys don't. Yeah, stick a fork in him, he's done. Well, fish! And paralysis, that's not cool. Not the floor boss. Alright, alright, alright. Interesting. Ah, there's Sasha. Alright, so it looks like everyone's gonna be focusing on fish, which it's not. Dominating, good. Neutral, favored. Take a favored. And you swing into you. You go that way. And then, yep, we're just gonna have you clash with that. And Donkey, we can... I guess we'll just hammer away at Sasha. We'll leave that guy alone. Alright, alright. Well, I ended up getting my my mirror dungeon out of the way before the reset. At least, or rather, before the update. 150 more event currency, and then you're done and dusted with the grind? Hey, that's pretty good. Alright, excellent. I think we've got Sasha... I think Sasha's within a... yeah. There we go. One charged leap, please. Followed promptly by a tear that woman apart. Excellent work, Donkey. I had only the utmost faith. And then we're just gonna... Air fluid sac now. Well, I can probably round this out pretty easily. Go you to you, and then you go over here, and then there, and then you go over there, and then you, just in case if Isong doesn't manage to... I don't like what that guy is doing over there. Like they're charging for some type of large attack. My, that's I guess 21 MD runs and then almost done and dusted. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, hold on. Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization is this bumbling fool! I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me my blood bags for sustenance. Yet it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. Thank you, Ryoshu. With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Ah! Alright. Alright. Oh, what abundance. I had nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Blood Fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Ah, he looks so cool! Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes, you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king. Alright, let's see here. What are we working with? Cassetti. He's got blah, blah, blah. Oh, wow, what a surprise. The vampire enemy deals a lot of bleed. Alright, let's see here. What kind of passive we have? Stored blood. Oh, okay. Interesting. Alright. We should be able to handle that then. Well, I mean, heck, if we're dominating, I might as well just keep... Let's just go right down the list. Don't even need to pop win rate. Actually, we'll just offset this. Try dodging this, bitch. Except you can't, because I've taken your dodge. One of my favorite little tricks. Also helps that we're definitely running on full tilt. Or rather, I suppose full gallop might be a, Okay, let's see here. Bloodthirst, what does that give me? Too fragile and damage up. Interesting. Alright, and we can... Yeah, we'll overwhelm this. And then, how is... Okay, Ishmael's doing well. But yeah, he's certainly, I mean, he looks really cool. And then we can just offset that with Donkey, or I could just overpower it. I guess we'll go for the, just give everybody the bunch of charge, because it's not like we're going to be taking much for stagger. Or, I mean, hopefully we'll not get hit. So I suppose the 10 rupture doesn't really mean much the further along we get. 1, a 2, a 3, 4. I'm very curious to see what's up his sleeves, though. He's got a lot of hit points. Excellent work, Donkey. Perfect. Alright, let's see here. Double the amount healed by hard... Hold on, let's see here. What does that do? I am the prince of the parade. Double the amount healed by hard blood glaive. Reset SP to 0. Yada yada yada. After attack, gain 10 stored blood. Does not get staggered this turn. Ends turn after using this skill. I suppose then, let's see here. If they're all gonna buff out to be one-sided guards, I suppose we'll just go with more damage, please. Oh no, they got 4-ish. Oh, right, and then the turn it. Yeah, right, and the turn's over. So it's time for Fluid Sack, and you know what? Yeah, we're just gonna drop all pretenses. Stab that man repeatedly in the face until he dies. Alright, let's see. Yeah, you're pretty beefy, so we're just gonna go with the dominating into you, and then into you, and then you go over here. You go that way. I'll go home. Excellent. Here's hoping that this works. 1 to Pathos, followed promptly by a Mathos, please. And here comes your free telepole. I'm going to be completely honest, that looked like I had 220 bleed there for a second. Just because of the way that the kerning was with the charge and the bleed. The warp train doesn't like it when you try and break it. And here, enjoy your free healing ego. There's that. I suppose even then. Let's see here. There's one value every time this unit loses 5% of its HP. Right. And he also ends up losing more of his stored blood as time's wearing on. Sure hope he doesn't pop that again, because that might be a little tricky to deal with. But I'm sure we'll be alright. Hex nail? No. Alright, yeah, this should be fine. Should be the operative. Especially since he's losing more of his sanity with every clash. Oh no. Come on now. He's hung. That's not good. Okay, good. I mean, I figured. Especially considering that popped him all the way back up to full.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah. Alright. Flawless job, fish. That was a little too close, though. Alright. And let's see here. Yeah, I should probably pop another fluid sack. We'll see how you like these apples, followed by those apples, and then this other apple, and this, and that. You know what? Just to make sure that you don't get to, yeah, we're just gonna offset that. Ah, I see. I did at least have a right idea with the dodging. But, c'est la vie. We've got plenty of damage in the tank. Especially now that he's starting to run out of blood. The blood! Oh, what was it? How did it go? What's that smell? Is it blood? Yes. You're gonna charge me blood for not having enough blood?
자, 출발해 볼까요?
Wait a minute.
어우, 여기
What's that on the ground?
나도 나가서 싸우면 안 되나?
계약대로 하자고요, 누님.
Is it blood? Oh, it's just a Snickers bar. But what's inside? It's blood! Oh, it's real lucky it was blood.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Where was that? I think that was a, was it Plague of Gripes? But yeah, I certainly think that being a vampire is always very, it would be an interesting perspective. Just by the nature of immortality, but I suppose is that nothing's really that immortal in the city proper. Except from what I've heard the abnormalities.
지금이야말로 꿈밤을 보여줄
All right.
시간이네.
Get him.
지난번처럼 제대로 잠들지
Beat
못했잖아.
his ass.
숙면을 해주자고.
Excellent work, Otis. There's a reason why she's one of my favorite characters. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes. I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating. No matter how many times we wear him to pieces. Ugh. I don't know if we can... The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. This fight's been dragging on even longer than our battles at the K-Corp border checkpoint or the basement of Wuthering Heights. I knew that the sinners had all grown stronger since then, but I felt as though I stood before an impenetrable wall. Get him, Donkey! Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought! Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, even a most powerful meme can eventually wither and fade into obscurity. But ideals cannot be mundanely killed. No, they have to fizzle. Anyway, shut up! You don't understand! You don't know how awful it is to survive on that disgusting blood for 200... No! I don't even want to think about it! Shut up! Be quiet! No. I'm sorry. Please. Please. Please let me have just a sip. Just the smallest sip. Please. It's all useless. No matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. I should really just get her a Logan's wheel then. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is powerful. He's regenerating as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't. My kindred! My child! I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid. No. What can I do? Find their weakness. Break their anchor. Make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It's that way they fight. Reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic-using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. Uh-oh. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the master card key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Uh-oh. Don Quixote, stop her, now! Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you. Ah! Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Marisol, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard. I really like that it was just one of those, hold it down! He's gonna stab him! This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom. Now, Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe myself to be trying my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this obstacle, Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe, uncertainly. Uncertainly itself. Certainly? Minor spelling mistake! Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the Master Keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them. or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire. Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur? I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Exactly. But, let's take a look. Very well then, Cassetti. Why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Yeah, it's the tender irony, the immovable force, or the unstoppable force of the immovable object. Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There's no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be absolutely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestions that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh? I wouldn't say Hindley. He's definitely... He's a different flavor of snob, but I definitely more respect his gusto than Hindley's entitlement. Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. This is where we will further discuss what we have to offer one another. That clock must be thy monarch, then. Hmm? And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate, then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal. Manager, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt. Oh, hello. Thanks for stopping on by. At a gamble. I think we're reaching the apex of the story. Or a climax, excuse me. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Thank you very much for tuning in. I do sincerely appreciate it. I'm Bulletaeus, and we're
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만
excellent work, Faust.
여러분의 노력도
Oh wow, that's a lot of...
않았어요.
Wow, we do get a lot of juice. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I guess I can buy the rest of these tickets. Yeah, and that all rounds out perfectly. Well, alrighty then. Take a look. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon, or create a kindred here. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Ding! Do you know that this would work? No. And as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypotheses. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Roggia's fascination with gambling. Oh no! A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been restored... has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master keycard? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to see thee to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy this kingdom of mine. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after, like nothing ever happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news, whether one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corps would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. Not like we've always been successful. So that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train? And its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. I suppose that technically, since we're on a bit of a world of darkness, I suppose you could say this is also the cobweb. Is it the cobweb? Yeah. The thing that links all of Malkave's Anyway, where was I? If the lack of reply was a reply all on its own, are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives would be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her again. What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend the eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome the aeons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits, merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire. Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. And I shall fill the millennia with the tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way. No? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Oh, wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the blood fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions for creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become the second kindred of mine. He screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Gasp! Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust? What do you mean? According to this information I had viewed in the past, once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... a second. Rocinante! Ah, boy. I mean, I had a feeling. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah. Those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante. In sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutalities of trials that hath struck me, it hath been a loyal steed by my side for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Ah, Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. No, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful, go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Alas, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. Evacuate. Evacuate. Run, Karen, run! Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Rocinante. Oh-ho! I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Why, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou maketh. He looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. Well, I mean, are people not pronouncing Don Quixote or Rocinante correctly? I appreciate that you, I guess I appreciate that you're appreciative of it, but, I mean, I mean, are people going for, like Rocinante or something like that? You know what? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. There's something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. Huh. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. No, that's impossible. Woo! Hold on a second, we're just gonna... Hey, look, Sasha's over there. Anyway, for free, Anyway, no, that's impossible. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Looks like she's got a little hat, but I know that she doesn't. Through the shimmering aura, I think I saw red eyes. She's a lollibaba, you say? You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. Ah! The blood fiend shriveled and kneeling, trembling. Pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor, I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg! Insolent worm. Ah! Oh! Crimson droplets of blood slowly rises around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream. To commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ha! Ah. You. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Roshinante. To me. Roshinante. I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. Ah. One day. Yeah! She gasped, stumbled, and plumped to the ground. How fascinating! If we're still going by the virtue of World of Darkness, yeah, that's a step away from Cain. Oh, that was that. All right. Well, all right. There's a very who are the true, but well, I mean that depends. Because the way that it's being put out to me is that, or at least the way that I'm thinking about it right now, is that if Nosferatu is the first, presumably the first, then that would mean that he progenited the 26 elders, which would mean that... Which would mean that whichever corporation... I mean, yeah, I mean, that also works off of World of Darkness rules. Because, like, what was it? Because first generation, Cain, then his childer, then the antediluvians, then forth all the way down until you reach the thin bloods of the 13th generation, which leads me to believe that she was likely directly likely by either Nosferatu himself or whoever the actual first Blood Fiend is. Or there's also multiple, or rather there's different flavors of. But who knows? I'm sure that we'll find out. Because if there are also the 26 elders, then that might mean that wherever Don Quixote's from, that she is the elder there. Oh, sorry, I forgot to read that out. Hold on. Yeah, we've got a lot of mystery going on over here. Let's see here. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened? In a way that makes sense. I knew the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock. All that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Huh. Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. Okay, so yeah, Don Quixote just ripped open the door? I think. At least that's what I'm going to say, rather than Cassetti ripped it open, because it sounds cooler. Anyway. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone! However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh. Really? The 3 of you. Wow, you were spot on. Haha. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness. OG Blood Fiend is either a person or a machine. Yeah, it's interesting, but I'm sure that we'll figure things out. They will reveal themselves to us with time. Or it could also be one of those cases where sometimes a bloodline just pops in out of nowhere. Or rather, from nothing. Because technically, depending on who you ask, there's also the different flavors of, again, I know that I'm going back to the World of Darkness, but that's the one where it's like, it's the one that I know the most about. Now there's like, you got your other flavors of basically vampires. But anyway. Right. So, what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. How she practically erased the Blood Fiend. Yeah. And his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. Oh, man, Sasha's gone too. Oh, well. I also remember Faust's last words. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Yeah. We've got an interesting, it's a mystery. Hopefully we'll find more out in Canto 7. Maybe. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would fall on me. That's, you know... Wait. That reminds me. Where's the key card? Yeah. Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands, who was in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Oh, Ryoshu! Oh, you! Wait, so what about the key card he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Oh, no. Yeah. Well, I guess then it depends, is that if we've got the source, and then if we break it down into, like, the blood clans... then technically, then there's... Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Everyone, calm down. Calm down. I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? The master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving this situation. But how? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. He's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. Steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. Oh! Hooray! Works for me! In V Corp, that might be a little on the nose. But, I mean, sometimes you have to be, right? I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you were all in. Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, it can... Ugh. Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the simpler gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds. Going by the A-Corp timescale, all we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously just gonna open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that it's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oi, wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Oh, hi, Zelda! Thanks for tuning in. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. I got sand in my mouth. Wait, no way. Is this a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had herded us in. Yeah, exactly. Managed to return... Oh, hold on. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived to the P-Corp platforms. Let's see here. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W-Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh! So you guys are the people that our captain told us about. And they really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside of that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Huh. I've never seen it in action before. Thanks. Let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into was gone! Okay, inside it was... Huh? Oh no! Oh no, I was right! There isn't anyone in here. Huh. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? this is the correct spot, then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate... I guess these folks aren't all in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Oh, look at the time. It's time to go. Bye. Fast cut the conversation short. Oh, I'm gonna wager that he's gone. Like we're talking like wayward passenger tier. Like he's stuck. He ain't nowhere, man. He's nowhere you want to, at least. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. Oh no, but I'm saying that he's in a very sticky, I'd say that he's in a similar sticky wicket. So, I suppose we'll have to see. Either way though, he ain't here. And wherever he is, probably nowhere you want to be. Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corps via LCCA, and Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside that train with a serious expression. I will now leave with Charon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. Yeah, it's more than likely. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen, because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. Yep. Yep. It might be, well, I'm not entirely sure on the abnormality pipeline. But either way, yeah, no, But you know what they say, it's like the theme song says, in hell we live, lament. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is... That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there. According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, has been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Returned, that was a layered word. We've returned to one of those warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. Faust replied to Yi Sang's nebulous wording with a quiet affirmation. Please, do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Yi Sang. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yi Sang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Oh boy! Ship it like FedEx. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but I also learned so much about so many things. Well, I suppose if we're going to be referencing a previous canto, how Mr. Damien was going on about a single rose in a field of roses. I suppose we've had that moment. Oh. Huh. I guess that does track. And you're right. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How do we find ourselves at P Corp? Therefore is my throat so parched. I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? At that vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners looked at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? Oh, sorry, excuse me. We got this, right? The same faith I saw in Faust, who believes in uncertainty, rises within me, too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking to me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. Bow? I think it's bow. I've been doing a lot of reading. Praise up. Well, that's that! Absolute cinema, as the children say. Yeah, exactly. Same thing with that guy over there. Well, oh, right. I suppose I'll, we'll do another, well, I guess. Oh. I guess it is about that time for the fresh dailies. Did I remember to collect my other ones? Oh, I might not have. Oh, that's not good. Ah, well. Oh, also, yep. So I think that's gonna be that. It was a good 4 hours. So I'm probably gonna scatter to the winds. But first, here is this. That's my friend code if anybody wants to. As you can clearly see, my company is great. It brings me great joy. And anyway, I suppose I will scatter everyone to the winds. Yeah, hold on. So, let's see here. First, we will see about getting the Twitch folks off to the wild blue yonder. Trim manager. Yeah, no, I can't blame you. It could be one of those tired days. All right. Either way, thank you both very much to Yaron and Pauga's Screens number 1987 with an underscore in there. Thank you very much for tagging along with me on this journey. So I wish you both the best, and I'm going to go because I am hungry for my.
신경 쓰지 말게나. 그대가 본인을 방치하더라도 본인 정도 되는 직원에게는 그리 길지 않지.
Now I'm gonna leave for real. Now the donkey said her piece. We out. Toodaloo, didgeridoo. I usually stream EU4s most of the other times. I'm probably gonna do that tomorrow, or I'll be playing the Evil Within 2. Actually, I think I'm gonna play the Evil Within 2. I don't wanna burn myself too brightly, because oh boy, ugh. Caraman, man. Anyway, I'm off. Thanks again. Toodaloo, didgeridoo.